Oh man, this is gonna be some. So for the moment, I'm gonna leave the screen share off. I want to just like have everything aligned beautifully because it'll make me happy. And yeah, we'll get it started as soon as I've done the recap. I also need to make sure that the music that's coming is awesome. Very important to me. Um, hmm, Gotta make sure it's the perfect track. Sorry, this is my examining music face. And that ain't it. Actually, no, this is no, it's not it. Sorry. Let's see, get not that one. Maybe this one. We'll see. Okay. What a session. Last session. Um, I gave you guys all a level up, right? Just to be sure. Yeah, good.
Yep.
Well deserved. Um, okay, last session, you guys saw to it that the end of this little game of the Prince of Undeath would come to an end. The final trials were made. It was decided that Yvaine would be the one who would be doing the deorbing. Well, it would be Dreisrun who would be doing the uneyeballing, and Yvaine would be the victim of the Great Scoop. And you guys, after the trials and after some tribulations and talks between the very fiery Rhevan and the very dogmatic Aleister, we shall say, tensions are high. But in the end, uh, decisions were made. The operation was a success, as successful as you could have possibly hoped it to have gone. Yvaine does not have one of her sea globes, but she does have functioning eye, like there's no damage, visible damage, which is, I think, what was intended. That eye, hey, that eye could possibly be replaced with a if the thing the pretty crown will allow it, maybe some kind of glass eye could be put in there. Who knows? But for the time being, it is just a. I want to see what this is. I saw the yes. Sorry, is this trauma for you? I don't care. All right, let's keep. Um, Upon losing the eye, Yvaine put upon her brow the vestige of divergence, the Oracle Eye, and this infamous relic that was once of the madness of Tharizdun, now converted to the great knowledge and power of Ayun. Um, Surely some things are requested of the vestige. Some payments must be made in some cases. But as Yvain took it on, Orcus, in a sort of petty uh, last petty move, sent a curse upon his realm that all who have mortal blood would bleed from their orifices. Slight though it may have been, you bled from eyes, from ears, from nose, from mouth, from every open orifice on your body, and the scent of blood drove your these vampires past the brink of the immense willpower they had displayed. It could hold back the primal urge to drink that they had held at bay for centuries no longer. They charged the door, and the angel, Jorik and Pellin, held the door with the best of their abilities. Through the eyes of Yvaine's now in heightened senses, would tell that Jorik fell. and was feasted upon by vampires. The angel used his own body to create a barrier between the door and his sons, like rats trying to get out of a burning barrel, were eating through him to try and get to the door to open it to get to all of you. And Pelin, probably at very good advice, ran from the predators at her heels. Um, Meanwhile, within, Yvaine's ability to attune to the relic was both. I'll leave it to you if you decide it was expedited or not, but certainly a unique attunement process was brought to bear. Yvaine entered into the minds of every person within this demiplane and felt from them their greatest shame, their greatest sin, their greatest guilt. Each one each one of you were visited by Yvaine in your most vulnerable, most spiritually weakened of places. Whether that be a place of fury, a place of remorse, a place of guilt, a place of defeat, Yvaine came and, though maybe not cured, at least provided some solace in those moments. And it seemed that the dark powers of this demiplane were held together by these feelings that the demons, the darker creatures of these worlds feast upon remorse and sin. And by alleviating these even slightly, it weakened the barrier between reality and this horrific demiplane. All the while, Yvaine visited upon all of you, most of you able to visit, but the massive cumulative psychic backlash of vampires and regret and feral anger at themselves and remorse and fear. Yvaine was bounced off of that and viewed many more of you and what you felt, and eventually visited the linchpin, the one whose pain and fear and sin held this all together, and was able to help actually the angel move past his fear of failing his sons, or at least accepting that he may, and that's part of it. Um, and with that, the demiplane shattered into 100 pieces. And you all come to. Yvaine, you are attuned to the vestige, if that wasn't made clear already. But you all find yourselves not laying about, but standing. Standing to sweet relief. The sound of night. Stars, open sky, moon, grass under your boots, the feeling of a brisk night air on your cheek, calm, serenity, not this pervasive evil that you have felt upon your shoulders since you've entered Shadebarrow, but the peace of the mortal world. Trees, the wind rustling through the trees, crickets in the night, maybe even a couple fireflies. And you are surrounded by... you are essentially in a large crowd, as you find, very quickly. Surrounded by, indeed, trickled through the crowd, your friends. But by and large, now, flesh strung across them, fully reincorporated, having feasted on the blood of Joran. Well, actually, the rest of you wouldn't know precisely, but Yvaine, you surely do. Having feasted upon their father's blood and the blood of Joran, or Jorik, excuse me, have returned to their proper vampire state. Some of them have a golden blood sort of trickling down their maw. And before you all is a very heavily damaged Planetar, who is covered in bites all down his arms, across his chest. He actually has a bit of a maybe more than one, in fact, craters where parts of his body have been tunneled into. But he stands, he is alive, and he is not in pain in the face. Though he has definitely, and scratch marks too, like holy crap, scratch marks. But he's like looking up with closed eyes to the sky as if being filled with something beyond just the mere peace of the world. There is, to the right, you see Aleister and Pelin on guard around the just torn apart body of Shorik. And all of you see that reality. And as you sort of gauge the vampires where they're at, what they're going to do, they do not seem ready to lunge. They do not have their original, how as you have known them, that kind of like barely able to control themselves. They seem collected, not thoroughly hungry. You might catch one or two of them glancing over the body, as maybe they are what they are, pang of ooh. But far superior to that, like a 10 to 90, is shock. And on all of them, near or far, guilt, pain in their hearts. They're like newborn fawns blinking, looking over their bodies, sort of this chalky ashen skin. They've feasted a little bit and they've incorporated as vampires, but not fully. They still seem sort of emaciated, their skin sort of flaky, their bodies not quite there. But what veins do protrude, there is almost a little bit of a glow. There's a little bit of a golden color beneath the surface, like they've been filled by their fathers. Their eyes sort of burn a little bit. They look irritated, but rather than bloodshot, they're almost like gold shot. And the angel opens his eyes as you have all taken that moment to get a sense of your surroundings. He opens his eyes, and they are filled with knowledge and wisdom. You sense that the moment, I'll say Yvaine maybe more than anyone because of your vestige, because of your own insights, sense that this angel was filled with divine communion the moment he stepped back upon the mortal plane. His wings drag the ground behind him, half blooded, half ripped, as half together. I've already said that he's full of puncture wounds. His ribcage stained with his own divine ichor, his own blood. But he breathes a deep inhale, not of pain, not of exhalation, but like awe. And he smiles now as he looks to the stars in the heavens. It's almost like there's just barely at the edge of sight, as if the stars themselves were coating him in not unlike a moonbeam, that beam of solid light, except it's much softer, barely perceivable across him. He seems almost mortal in this moment, in revelation. And his eyes shine with memory. And he looks around at all of his sons who are looking at their gold-stained hands, or at their arms, or at the body, and just eyes of like, you can tell there's the fear of failure in them. And the angel speaks, and he says, and he just shakes his head softly. He looks broadly around them all, and he says, "No. It was willing. It was with love. Let no god, let no creature, let no one, not even you, call it damnation. It was love. Accept it with love." Some of them drop to their knees. Some of them begin to cry, begin to weep golden ichor. Um, some clutch their chests. Um, Rhevan is there, and he bows his head and he says, "Father, we've shamed you. We've shamed all you've given us." And the angel takes a knee before him, still about his height and his great size as an angel, but nonetheless takes the knee to kind of get to eye level with him. Um, and he puts his hands on his cheeks and he says, "You were preyed upon. You were hunted by evil. You are not monstrous, not any longer. You are forgiven in the name of the Evernights." Sobs break out, quiet, almost guttural, animal-like. From some of them, remorse hangs heavy. But the hooks of self-hatred have been pulled away by the angel. They will grieve, but they will not grieve in self-pity and self-anger. It is gentler. And there's a moment there for sure. So I will ask if there's anything you want to do before anything else transpires. Yes, Yvaine.
There are important things going on, so without making a show of it, she's just gonna toss a level 6 heal on the angel.
Just the spell heal.
This spell heal.
That's
We
tasty.
are we are we
um,
are we are here to uh mitigate some of the damage that he is very clearly sustained. Uh
and being a healer, you probably sense that he is in probably tremendous pain, and though he doesn't show it on his face, so as to alleviate that, this is an immense burden off his shoulders. That's very good. And you would see that certainly the puncture marks and the slashes are all pretty much just close and disappear, and the craters in his chest just refill. Um, he's not completely healed, but they're flesh. It's like flesh marks at those points. So a tremendous boon.
and then she's going to quietly, while he's addressing his children, go to Aleister and put 300 gold worth of diamonds in his hands and say, "I have it prepared. He's your
Um,
man and it's your job. It's your right."
he just nods. Um, and this would be enough for a raised dead, if I'm not mistaken. Yes,
Um,
I know it's like 50 for Revivify,
I
I
can't
think.
remember,
Okay,
honestly, if it was
okay.
Revivify's
raised.
300.
Revivify's
She's
300, huh?
to, to be clear, she has 900 in diamonds on her, so she'll just give him all of them if like we are what whatever it takes.
Got it.
Yeah, raised dead is 5.
Okay. He doesn't know how much time has passed. So, so a not funny moment, but above table, a little bit of a funny moment. He's like, I, I can't say if it's been more than a minute. I think he's just, boom, and just out of the bank comes. Oh, okay. And he'll turn around and he has certainly prepared it because he's had every expectation that someone was going to get massacred. Um, he kneels down, and he's going to invite Helen Brill to be a part of the ritual. Um, I think who. Actually, Aleister will look to, um, I think it's gotta be Kiro. He looks to you, Kiro, and he says, Will, I know you did not know him well, but I know you are connected to the Raven Queen, and he was very devout to the Raven Queen.
Whatever
Would
you need.
you? Thank you. And essentially, this ritual is going to begin to unfold. Um, it's going to take a while. So we will come back to it because it's an hour-long ritual. But essentially, Aleister bends down. He has the diamonds. He's going to start sort of distributing them, creating the ritual circle around his body. He's going to start saying the prayers to the Raven Queen. Um, ooh, you know what? I gotta say, he's a follower of the he's a follower of the Raven Queen, and they're all followers of the Raven Queen. I think he looks at them kind of like, great, great, and kind of like looks down. He says this to you, Kira, and he looks down at his body, and then something halts him, and he like sighs and closes his eyes, and almost kind of like nods to himself, and with some hesitation.
She'll put her hand on his shoulder before he says anything,
Yeah.
and she'll just nod. Because, yeah.
And he smiles falteringly at you, Kiro, in thanks for the reassurance. Perrin Brill, be like, what, why are we, wait, what's going on? And he will very kindly put the diamonds back in your hand, Yvaine. And Perrin Brill says, what are you doing? Aleister will say, Perrin. And she'll go, Director, please. He goes, we serve the goddess of death. She goes, no, wait. But she's trying to find some argument. She says, he served the Blood Hunters. He served the Clairet Order faithfully for 30 long years. More. He has done untold good upon this land and slain tremendous evils himself. He is a warrior who will be remembered for all time, but it is his turn to rest. I would not dishonor him, or the Raven Queen, by bringing him back after such a monumental service. It is his reward. He gets to meet her. And he's going to roll a persuasion check to try and convince Perrin Brill that this is the best thing. And he rolls, and Perrin Brill, she doesn't cry. Tears flow, one, maybe two, but she does not cry. She forces herself not to cry. Her jaw trembles even, but she does not cry. And she will fall to her knees over this man who is just a mess. It is not an open casket kind of situation with him. It's bad. And she just kind of will remain there. And Aleister will simply just quietly kind of say, you saved us, Raven Queen. You brought us back to this mortal plane. Please, with all your grace, collect him and shepherd him on in peace to the realm he deserves to go to. Let him meet paradise. Let him meet his brothers, most valorous and courageous. Let him stand in the halls of his fathers. And will say these prayers of shepherding to the Raven Queen over his body. And they will surely hold funeral rites for him. But for now, these prayers will have to do. The vampires have given a wide berth. But I think all the attention has definitely turned to the scene now. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before the scene carries on? Okay. There's a last look to the angel from Rhevan especially, who you could see carries shame. As if almost as if quietly to say, like, you may forgive us, but what about that? And he does not speak loud enough to make any insistence upon the scene to do with any of you or Aleister, but just quietly from him to Sun and any other of the vampires who'd be looking upon him, he just quietly nods or shakes his head, as if again reaffirming, like, that wasn't you. That wasn't any of you. And there's they don't take that fully, and they will carry that regardless. And Rhevan will say, it may have been Orcus who preyed upon us in our weakness, but it was our weakness and it was our deed. And there must be penance. He looks around the hill. He kind of almost like looks down, as if feeling the quiet emanation of undeath. You recognize the hill you're standing on, by the way. This is the hilltop mound that sits above Shadebarrow and its entrance. So you're not at its entrance, which would be just down the hill, but you are on top of Shadebarrow. And he looks up and he says, here, Shadebarrow, its darkness must be contained. Brothers, we build ourselves here so that we do not forget the darkness that lurks upon us and protect the world from its evil. I propose a holy order. If we are to have redemption, we are to earn it. If we are to walk the night, we should do it under the Moonweaver's blessings. If we are to fight, we should do it with the wrath of Cord, the Stormlord. If we are to move forward, we should do it under the auspice and the wisdom of the gods, and our Father's teachings, who he himself is divine. There's unsureness, shock, murmurs amongst the vampires. Not led by me, if I be clear. His eyes flit in Ember's direction just for a moment. He says, brothers, I have such rage, and it is too near the surface. And I fear what it might do. I have resisted temptation as any of you, but I will not lead you. I will be the voice, if I must. I was the first to turn, and so I will be the keeper of our Father's doctrine, the soul of it, for I was the first to turn, but I cannot steer us, not with what's in my heart. He will turn. He'll sort of almost walk through the crowd as they part and watch Rhevan, and he approaches Camilla. He says, Druid. She kind of center of attention. Perhaps her second greatest fear, being the center of attention. When you fought us, you did not hate us. And you, I think, quietly saw what we could be. You did not stand opposed to us. And as I am led to understand, You have stood here at the door before. I ask you to remain here, re-establish the circle of the dawn, guide us into the helping of the sealing of this place and tending to the lies that are beneath. Will you do this? Would you dare? She studies. She looks to the angel. She looks around at all of you for she looks for any sort of guidance besides what might be in her own heart. Does anyone give any aid to her quandary?
I think Yvaine is probably just trying to hold back a smile because it's the inappropriate thing considering everything that's happened, but that's one of those everything about that feels right. Like her being the new arc druid is appropriate.
I, um, I'm corrupted. I'm dark and black, and things kind of die around me. And Rhevan kind of inappropriately, there's a small chuckle, and he looks at her and goes, "Then you will be in good company, I think." She goes, um, okay. Sure. I was gonna do it anyway before all of this, right? Someone's gotta tend the land. I'll do my best. I'll try. And Rhevan quietly bows to her in gratitude. Then he pauses in almost like a bracing. And he turns and he calls out, "Aleister." The Clairet director turns as if like, "Oh fuck, you want to try me right now, motherfucker?" Like it's a clear like, "I will kill you right now." And he turns with a cold fury, and his eyes skim across the corpse of his dead blood hunter, then to the vampires, the angels of seeing enemies on all sides, and kind of again this cold fury as he looks upon the very thing that he despises most in nature and unnature. And Rhevan, baring his jaw tightly, conversing with the person who probably wants him dead most, and says through great, almost physical pain, "You want to watch us. You want to ensure we will not fail. We will police ourselves, but it would be wisdom to have one who will police us as well. A hunter who does not look away when we falter." Aleister approaches him like right into his face as if to be like, "I'm not fucking scared of you." And quietly, vindictively, but loud enough that you can all hear, he says, "You have some nerve, creature." And Rhevan just, like, this is taking every morsel of control inside of him, and he says, "I know."
At this point,
Oh, go ahead.
Ember is going to evoke thaumaturgy, so he is easily heard. That will be enough. Rhevan, come to your father, and Ember will start walking that way.
Yeah.
Sons, I need 4 of you to stand forth.
They look around with uncertainty. Um, Rhevan is in a bit of a standoff here, and admittedly, he doesn't back down from it, though he is passive. The vampires kind of look around like, but Rhevan does give like, yeah. The angel certainly gives a nod. Rhevan does as well if anybody looks to him. Um, and just four individuals, not chosen, just uncertainly approach.
Yvaine, if you would join us.
She does.
Ember has a remaining boon with Avandra. I am going to spend that. I am going to protect those who have come to this spot gathered. Because what Ember acquired at level up was gotta scroll down to it. Sorry.
No.
Was blinding radiance.
Okay.
He is going to ask Yvaine to bring forth the moonfire if she is able.
Yep.
And Ember is going to call on these vampires who Rhevan has talked about forming an order to take an oath as paladins to the Moonweaver, embracing the change presented through Avandra and their father. And he's then going to manifest blinding radiance, which is just big fucking huge pillar of light.
Got it. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Well, what do you say? You're called upon four random vampires to take oaths to gods. What do you say to convince them to do this?
Rhevan, you have sought change. You have sought to do the hardest thing, which is to seek redemption and quell a place that your malevolent sire has wrought. That is a challenge of unsurmounting difficulty. You have expressed the desire to change. You have expressed the desire that your brothers join you and change. The blood within me is granted from Avandra, the mistress of change. If you wish to walk in moonlight as ancient guardians in the Moonweaver's grace, with a degree of freedom on a difficult path, this is your opportunity. Reach into your heart and find the oath that already lies there. I know it exists. You have but to embrace it.
He will nod. Um, um, he'll nod with, and you see in his eyes every, no check required. He feels every word of that. He absolutely feels every word of that. And we'll join you in this. But before he does, his head is turned to address you, and there's a very deep bow of the head. He does turn his head back to Aleister for the moment, and he says, well, Aleister sighs deeply, and will say, he'll not, having assessed the whole scene, realizing this is happening, and he can either accept the offer and have some influence here, or be bitter. He nods once. He says, I will send you one of my order, the best, and they will watch every step you take. And when you go take this oath, you better follow it. You and your kind better not lose control, because if you kill again for hunger or pleasure, and they are not someone who should be dead, Shadebarrow will not bury you, I will. Rhevan nods. Says, I'd accept nothing less. Let this be the only honest thing that passes between us, then. And he'll put out a hand to Aleister. And Aleister will shake it, not in brotherhood or friendship, but in the meeting of a bond of responsibility, and the threat of failure. And they look at each other with animosity, but at least moderate respect for the other. And Aleister will say, expect my inquisitor. Rhevan just nods with that, turns on his heel, and will walk over to you, Ember, indeed. He looks at his father as he goes, and he will stand before the four. And he will nod to the two of you. And he'll turn back, and he will say, brothers, now is the time. You have heard his words, gesturing to Ember. It is time. And he kneels before. Well, he looks to his father and he says, "Will you guide us as well, father?" He says, "Of course." And he will stand with you two, Ember and Yvaine. Moonlight at his left and fire at his right. Divine fire at his right for all intents and purposes. It's like Pelor and Secondine came down.
And this would normally be radiant damage. So it is full on light.
It is full on light. Are you damaging the vampires with this?
No,
or is this just
I have
No, okay.
I have carved that out.
Understood. Understood. So I will say, in this moment, you two bring forth holy light. The light of the moon and the stars, which is the light that is scattered across the darkness and is, in every sense of the word, majesty and symbolically hope in its essence. And Ember on your side, divine fire. The fire of redemption of Sarenrae, the phoenix flame, the light of Pelor that burns away the corrupt and the evil, and most assuredly the light of the Changebringer that sees the ways of the world become something new and different. And all of these things spring forth, burn forth, and I'm not gonna move all fucking 50 of these minis, but you get the picture. They do gather though. All several a dozen of them, maybe 40, maybe 50 vampires gather in rows, uniform rows before the three of you. And all of that light almost enhanced by just the sheer essence of a radiant divine being before you. And he's gotta pop something out real quick. I gotta pop out a little oath. Where are you, Paladin? There you are. I think that there are two types of this oath. The angel is going to pick the more binding of the two oaths, the less 2024 open-ended, let's let them do whatever they want bullshit. The true binding oath. And he is going to speak loudly and he says, "Repeat after me, my sons. You will not lie or cheat." And they all repeat. "Your words will be your promise." They repeat. "You devote yourself to honesty." They devote themselves to honesty. "You will never fear to act." They will never fear to act. "Though caution will guide you in wisdom." Caution will guide them in wisdom. "You devote yourselves to courage." They devote themselves to courage. "Aid others. Protect the weak. Punish those who threaten them. Show mercy to your foes, but temper it with wisdom. Devote yourselves to compassion." They repeat. "Treat others with fairness. Let your honorable deeds be an example to them. Do as much good as possible while causing the least amount of harm. Devote yourself to honor. Be responsible for your actions and their consequences. Protect those entrusted to your care, and obey those who have just authority over you. Devote yourselves to duty." And they repeat. And with that, the light that you two have summoned flares out, not by your choice, but as if by the will of something greater. Perhaps by the combined devotion of these damned beings rising above being what they are, or perhaps the gods themselves acknowledging these oaths. And last but not least, the angel says, "In that devotion, acknowledge always that you are the sons of Seriphim. You are my sons." And they say these words as well. And he says, "Then rise now." I'm going to just pull this out of my hat real quick. He says, "Rise now. Legionis redempto." And they will rise, the Legion redeemed. They have not swords to swear upon yet, but they have their blood to swear upon and their father. And their father, who has remembered his name finally, Seriphim, the deed is done. The bargain is struck. Or I shouldn't say bargain, the oath is made. These vampires have sworn themselves as paladins of devotion at this point. Seriphim lowers his hands. Something has been born. Possibility has been made. And the angel, along with the acknowledgement of the rest, turn to you. And Seriphim will say, "Aurora Concordant, everything that has happened here, all the possibility of good that has happened here is owed to you. You will have eternal allies. Me, my sons. You will have safe harbor, you will have friends, you will have swords. You will have what you need from us. Thank you always. I know Saren Ray looked upon us when she sent you to us. Whatever gods you deem to be worthy, thank you. And the great, centuries-old angelic warriors, Seriphim, bows deeply to you mortals. As they have all rose, Rhevan will look to you all. So, do you know any builders? We don't do so well in the sun. I am happy to have returned, but perhaps not all times of the day and night cycle.
We
We
might
can
know a
find
few.
people. Yeah.
Then we will hide out as our ancestors did in the crypt of Shadebarrow during the day, and we will exit at night. I know. I assure you, where we all harbored ourselves was far darker than the opening door. We will be eager for a place to hide that isn't Shadebarrow. Soon enough, though. Think of it as the first line of defense that ensures that the undead do not pour forth. And we will serve this role for all time. But for now, we can't be in the light.
No, I understand. I understand completely. I do. You're not exactly alone. Do we need to go banish Halthus? Like, there's still a very.
I need to go punch a
righteous-
ghost.
Yeah,
I need to go punch a ghost.
I go, oh,
your
hey, by all
new
means,
digs are not exactly move-in ready, but we can go fix that, and then you can stay in your temporary space unmolested by grumpy old ghosts.
It sounds like you have some bone to pick with a spirit beneath. We will not stand in your way.
Westruun, did you want to do the honors? I will follow Westruun because this has been a thing.
Absolutely. And she understands that everybody knows where she's going now that she has announced this. And she's gonna take her 55 speed. She's gonna activate her wings. And she's gonna dash. And if it's difficult terrain, no, it's not.
The vampires and the angel are completely confused, but have certainly no intention of stopping you. Yvaine and Westruun speedy their way over to Shadebarrow. Shadebarrow's answers. You re-enter into this dark, blackened place once more, invaded by the pervasive darkness of undeath and its master, and see this ghost appear and goes, "You! Good! A fine slave knows when to..." And you guys just this. I'm not going to worry about any kind of combat. He's got decent enough stats, but you're good. The two of you just pour moonlight and fisticuffs down upon him, and you just beat the living shit out of him, and he is and he goes screaming back into the Ethereum. Awesome. And as he's like, "That hurt a lot. Who are you?" And the Raven Queen, "Come, damn soul." And he sends him screaming down to hell. Um, fantastic. Vengeance taken. Incredible, incredible. Meanwhile, upstairs, Kuro, Ember, is there anything else you guys would like to do? No? Take inspiration, Ember. That was a very sweet introduction into their new lives. Um, uh, cool. I think Aleister and Perrin just prep the body for transport. And the two of them mean to do so. Rhevan is speaking with the other knights, we'll call them now. And Seriphim watches on with a gentle smile from the side, seeing them kind of taking this role unto themselves. He guided them down this path, and he can let the birds out of the nest a bit. And maybe that is in no small part to someone who helped him release his grasp out of fear for failure. And I think you catch his gaze, certainly, Yvaine. And he smiles brightly to you, and just gives you a little nod of like, it's both thanks and acknowledgement, and like, look at us now, kind of all at once, and he looks on to his sons, but does not intercede. If they are to succeed, they must do so themselves. Anything else you guys want to do up here on the Hill of Shadebarrow?
Hero meant when she said if there is anything that Aleister or Perrin need help with, she is sticking very. As soon as Drytrin left, she was like, "I already know what she's going to go do." And so she is helping Aleister in any way that he needs.
I think he's very thankful for any help you provide, like just kind of like, I don't know, if you want to provide like a blanket or something to like wrap him in, that would be greatly helpful. As you may have noticed, Aleister doesn't wear a lot of clothes, and thus doesn't have tons to provide. Perrin provides her overcoat, which reveals tons of slash marks down the forearms, healed cuts. Yeah, they wrap him up, and you help him out, and he's gonna say that he's gonna take the body. Well, he'll just. Sorry, I'll repeat that. He says, I'm gonna take him to meet with some of the other members of my order in Westruun. I think he was from a village near there. I think he said he was from I think it was Dryden, wasn't it? We'll find out. Have him buried there.
I think you'll do him justice.
That's the hope. Yes, Dryna, I think. It's a coastal fishing village in a mooring lake, some ways to the east. We'll see about having him buried there. Deserves that honor.
Sounds peaceful.
It's not an easy life we blood hunters lead. At least the next one should be easier. That's the reward, in theory.
That's the hope.
Is there anything that we can do for you, Kiro?
You got everyone intact through Shadebarrow, more or less undisturbed. That's more than enough.
You know, I don't know how you would feel about this. I know there's mixed opinions about my order, but you are pretty tightly bound to her with the pacts that you have made and the choices you have made for better. There would be a place for you in the Clairet Order if you wish. Our agents operate largely independently, making decisions for themselves as they go. There's certainly no requirement for the discipline in which you do this. If you had a mind, our order does have a place for warlocks that utilize it to better hunt those things that prey upon mortal kind. He looks upon Jorek and says, and the Order of the Profane Soul is down a capable member. Think about it. No pressure, but there's a place for you if you wished
I'd be more than happy to learn.
it. I'll see about finding somebody who might send for you and maybe discuss that possibility. But mind you, the Order of the Profane Soul, they more take diabolical patrons and trick them as they mean to trick mortals, as our knowledge is far more vast than the normal hapless mortals they prey upon, and you're more than that. And you are also bound to Goldrick, the Moonlit Wolf, so it may not make sense at the end of the day, but it is a discipline that might be worth consideration. So I'll send someone there.
Thank you.
And he'll put a hand on your shoulder and he'll say, "May the Raven Queen watch over you, and may you not visit her again soon."
May she watch over you too, in all of your endeavors.
Thank you. And they will take the body together, and they will begin to make their way down the hill. And they'll begin to depart the company of this place, as the Blood Hunters have quite a bit on their plate all of a sudden. I'll say that at this point, Dryster and Yvaine have returned in deep satisfaction. Could have them. I'm being a little free and loose with the chronology of events. I'll say Zarvolg and Cedric are just kind of have already got a little campfire going. We'll say. Ben's off chasing squirrels. I think Beverly will look around at the group. She'll say, so what's next? Where are we going next?"
In theory, we're supposed to, this was only supposed to take 3 days. I don't know how many days it's taken, but we're supposed to meet up with Sheko. Maybe we should, shout out to him and find out if we're going to be meeting with him or some such.
That's a good idea. Can anybody do that?
Yeah, I've got a stone.
Awesome.
Hello, Garku. Ember. Where are you?
There's no reply. You wait for a moment or two, and usually responds pretty aptly. Even if he was in some very swashbucklerly engagement, it would only take a moment or two. Combat takes about a minute, less. But no response comes. Like 3 to 5 minutes pass, and no response comes. People misplace things, or he's asleep. You don't know what time of night it is. He could be asleep.
Yeah. Well, I think. Are these recharge at dawn? I think they are.
They may be waiting for us in Westruun.
Didn't we tell the grave seer that we made it out of Shadebarrow? Well, the people that saw us go into Shadebarrow.
Well, we can head to Westruun as well. I'll try this stone again after dawnlight, because it'll have an extra attempt then. That'll buy us few a few hours while we get to a spot where we can decide which direction we're going. Because I kind of lost track of time. It seemed like it was way too long, but that's because it was super icky.
I'm just glad we're back to being able to tell time.
Yeah, I won't lie. I prefer uh, not to be underground immediately anytime soon. If we can avoid it, that would be great. All right, so gather everyone and head to teleport to Westruun.
Yep.
Is that what we're...
Oh yeah, I got it. My hat's still good. I haven't used it in a bit.
Well, there is a perfectly good tavern
Oh,
which
yes.
would have something that's not full of ick and rot.
She goes, okay, cool. I'm gonna go run and grab Aleister, and they left on a big voyage for Westruun. And she takes off. Aleister. And then you hear, so gonna walk it all the way up this bloody hill again. Something along those lines. And then a slightly out of breath Perrin and Aleister, who have just clambered up this hill. Aleister's got a squinty fuck you look in his eyes, as he's pretty sure Ember concocted this, but he can't prove it, and he might be right or wrong, but he can imagine. And he goes, so, what is this about a shortcut to, Westruun? Thanks for letting us know all that. Great. Needed that exercise, thank you.
Bev, whenever you're ready.
And she's like, okay, sorry. And she'll sling her finger across the brim, and that'll activate the magic, because that feels fun. And you're all gonna get shot through a teleport. Hopefully you don't end up inside of a wall. I love the teleport spell. It's my favorite. As a DM, anyway. Let's see how bad I can hurt these motherfuckers.
Thankfully, she knows the city reasonably well.
Yeah, she knows pretty good. It's very familiar.
Above table, wasn't it Westruun that she was teleporting to the last time? Okay.
Yeah, she's very familiar. There's only a 1 in 4 chance that something bad happens. It seems you're lucky today. Or just played the odds and it worked out. Not really luck. It would be unlucky if you didn't. In the benevolence of Beverly the Benevolent, she appears almost as if quietly, apologetically, right outside the Temple of the Raven Queen, in Westruun. Let's go to the various buildings I have accumulated onto a single board called Westruun. You all, what is this? Oh, awesome. You all appear outside of, in the middle of the night, the most spooky and gothic of cathedrals, minor temples, I should say, in the city. Aleister is like, thank you, Beverly. That is most kind. He says, well, I'd say let's do this again, but I have zero desire to do this again, so only if you need to. Have fun doing whatever it is you're going to get up to next.
May your life be full of change, Aleister.
May the Raven Queen stay close at hand. And he'll bitterly drag the corpse of his um, veteran blood hunter into the temple. Um, and Perenbril and Aleister will disappear behind the doors, which should be closed at this time of night, but maybe not for people in the club. Um, and in he goes. Um, you guys want to make your way to the tavern?
Sun
Yep.
Sun-kissed in.
You make your way to the Sun-Kissed Inn. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. To a place with nicer music. You walk in the door, and you see a young half-orc behind the bar. I'll go, welcome, welcome. Yeah, welcome to the Sun-Kissed. What was this place is fucking called? Sun-Kissed Inn. That was me, not him. He goes, yeah, grab a seat. Probably want beds at this time of night. The bar's like empty. Uh, it's probably very late. He's even like, you can see he's like cleaning the last of the tankards for the day. He's like, oh, yeah, yeah, grab a seat somewhere. We still got some stew in the pot if you guys are hungry, and plenty of rooms.
That would be magnificent.
Um, you guys all go sit around a table. He comes out with some bowls of stew, um, cups of ale, and you guys can, if you want rooms, you guys can drop. Ugh. Um, let's call it for the stay and the food. We're gonna call that 13 silver, 1 gold, 3 silver.
Okay.
Um, stew's good. It's not bad. Yeah. Some bread comes with it. Bread's a bit stale. You get the sense it's very late, and he hasn't been to the baker this morning. So the bread's a bit stale just from by the time of day, which isn't unusual. But the stew's good.
So I'll put you on wee early morning duty.
Oh, uh, um, I guess so in a way. You knew Wolf?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
New.
Sorry to say, friends, uh, he passed away about a year ago. He was my uncle. He passed down the tavern to me. So, sorry, friends.
There, I ask for a degree of um, latitude from you. What year is it?
Uh, look, hang on. That's a good question. So, year is it? Okay. Uh, I know the year. I do. I really do. He goes, it's 838 post-day virgins, 2 years in the future. One of those stories tell about the Fey Wanderers, huh? Got caught in a fairy gate.
Not exactly, but not far removed, apparently.
Hmm. Well, I'm
Oh shit.
Oh,
Oh.
Because getting out really couldn't have been the end of things.
um I
Should we
give
go
you
to sleep
guys
first?
yeah, I'm
I
gonna give you guys a minute.
I think that
Thank
that's
you.
absolutely called for
Hey,
because I don't want to deal with the
rooms
headache that's coming.
rooms and drinks on me uh for tonight. Um have a good sleep best you can. He'll just that's my place to be right
Well, that'll explain why I wasn't able to get a hold of Sharku. He's he's somewhere else doing something else.
Okay. Okay. There are any number of things that are going to be really important.
hmm And
I
all of them can wait till morning, because at this point, in for a silver, in for a platinum, it's all the same.
Hey, the
Eight
good news is
hours of
that your orders at the Kilmores are probably done by now.
That's
Plenty of you
also
happy.
true.
true. True, that is lovely.
Yeah, let's have a sleep, and we'll unpack this with
When we wake
Bloody
up.
Marys in the morning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Very
yeah, yeah, yeah.
quietly, the young half orc just comes over to the table and puts an extra round of ales on the table and walks away without a word.
Oh. Fuck.
Who wants to roll for what season it is? Roll D4,
Oh,
somebody.
that's our druid. The druid does
Yeah, yeah,
seasonal
fair,
things.
fair, fair.
One.
It's spring. It's springtime.
Small
It's
pleasantries.
springtime for Hitler and Germany. It's winter for Poland and France.
Oh my God. uh,
Ah.
Good night. I'm going to bed.
good night. Bye.
Well,
Your mother will be terribly concerned. We should get in touch with her. My mother has not seen me in 3 years. We should probably get in touch with her. Kivo doesn't know her mother and might not want to know her mother until she has a memory back. So there is that. And yeah,
yeah.
Beverly goes, what about Amon? What about the Iron Authority? What about all the champions in the
oh no 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 no. That's all still there. But also, we have mums.
what about Finch?
I think she's fine.
Yeah, Finch is
Finch is
probably fine.
fine. Come on now.
Finch is always fine.
I
Finch pretends to not be fine, but Finch is always fine.
well, I'll have to strategize who to speak to tomorrow. I could dream to someone, but I don't even know who I'd speak to right now.
Yeah, I think rather than reach out in this current state, getting an opportunity for some sleep and some perspective will help shape some of that to a more reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
divine orders weren't built in a day. Apparently, it took us 2 years to build that particular one.
Yep. We knew about the times. We knew. I didn't think about it. Right, but we knew with Camilla, and I just fuck. I didn't. I lost track of it, Ember.
It needed it needed doing. It's something
Yeah,
that didn't occur to me either.
at least you can be sure that Shadebarrow will never be a problem for anyone ever again, so long as those vampires are there. That's a good
A,
point.
a, a holy Hellenic order of
If
undead
there,
guardians. Yeah,
if there was ever a perfect guardian to ensure that that never became a problem ever again, it's them.
Here is a cork. We're gonna put it in there and hammer it freaking home.
It was supposed to be a 3-hour tour.
I was like, mega dungeon, angelic vampires. I was like, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm going to bed. I love you all.
Yes.
She probably grabs Happy and just strolls straight to bed.
Happy was looking around the table like, almost like a look of like, so? Like, this isn't weird. That 2 years have gone by. It's not weird. Yeah, you take Happy under your arm and go up to bed. Zarvolg's like, I'm gonna go drink liquor in a back alley somewhere. Bye. Yes, I'm gonna grab a bottle from behind the bar and fuck off.
No, I get it. I
Go
do.
brood somewhere in true Zarvolg fashion.
I'm
Cedric's already gone to bed. Yeah, you go to bed. And, is there anything anyone else wants to do tonight, or is this a problem for tomorrow morning?
Go to bed is the right place to start.
Well, Yvaine, you pop into bed. You look out that big, beautiful window and see the stars. And you think about what's behind all those stars that you learned and how that's not actually night per se. And you remember the horrific knowledge that if you guys are ants in the eyes of the gods, then what are the gods in comparison to whatever that is? And you start reeling. Do you close your curtain or do you try and go to bed under the starlight?
Right now, I'm going to close the curtain. Yeah, because it's been a lot, and I don't have to do that right now.
Yeah,
I
close
just
the
go to sleep.
curtains. You kind of see some moonlight coming through the window. Makes you throw like a coat or something or a extra blanket over top of the window until you cannot see it outside, and you go to bed feeling a lot more peaceful than with that existential crisis creeping over you. I'm glad I remembered that. I'm never gonna forget it. I vowed to myself. Okay. You all head to bed. Everything's gonna be fine. Gonna be fine. You wake up the next morning to when something bad has just happened, and you wake up and you're like, oh yeah, that was real. You guys wake up to the realization that, oh yeah, 2 years have passed. It wouldn't be so bad if you didn't know that Exandria was in this really precarious place, or Tal'Dorei was in this really precarious place when you left. But it is, or was, maybe things have gotten better. What do you do?
I will say that Yvaine has carefully braided her hair, because it's pretty long, across the eye and forward, so it's woven into her crown. So it looks moody and hopefully won't frighten anyone.
We're going back to Yvaine's goth phase. Let's do it.
Yes,
Scene
yes,
kid
we
on the
are.
scene. Let's do it. Unplug everything. Cool. You guys head downstairs and staggered waking ups here in the early morning. Yvaine, maybe you come down a little later because, the sun is the clock. The sun means get up. And you have blackened your window, so maybe Yvaine's the last to rise, unusually. You all find yourselves congregating down below, and we'll say that the gold that you spent on meals, if you might have recovered it by the 13 silver, he'll charge you for breakfast, not for dinner. So we'll say I think that was 4 silver. We'll say 4 silver, and it's actually like a much better meal. It's like fried like, various fried breakfast meats and eggs, and it's the nicest meal you've had in several days, aka several years.
All right.
Well, I think the first order is Cedric, you should go talk to your sister.
Yeah. He'll stuff like some bacon in his mouth, and he'll stuff some bacon in his pocket, a time age tradition. Some bacon in his pocket and a piece of bread in his mouth, and he'll take off. I almost forgot! Yvaine, you've got so many bad things that happen to you when you sleep. Roll me a d20, just a flat d20, because you are wearing the Oracle's Eye, or at least are attuned to it anyway.
18.
You're fine.
Okay.
Every dawn, you must roll a d20, and on a 1, something happens. So just remember that whenever you sleep.
Good.
Yeah, but as a note, your dreams last night were filled with impossible geometry. Just, that was your dream. You were there, and you were having whatever dream you had, but surrounding it all was this imperceivable geometry. Yeah. Please continue.
That again. All right. We should make decisions about who we want to speak to. And whether or not we want to try to get a briefing of some sort before we commit to speaking to anyone in particular.
If we've been gone for 2 years, how many people have just assumed we died?
I imagine quite a few.
Yeah, probably all of them. It's okay, I don't know a lot of people outside of you guys.
I can't remember anyone that I know outside of you guys.
She'll high five you.
I
The
can
sword
run
is
to
saying maybe we should go check in at Amon, because if the world's on fire, it's probably the best place to find out.
Sword's awfully smart, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's like he's way smarter than I am. So smart.
Ember, what do you think?
Do you have something from home?
Me?
Yes, you.
I mean, yeah, I can tree us home too.
No. Do you have something from Terrah?
Yes.
That's where we should go.
Why Terrah? That's very out of the way.
I think that may be the point.
Oh.
That is precisely the point. That is the relationship that needs mending the most.
Thank you.
Though, Kira, I'm certain that your relationship also needs mending, but since right now you don't actually remember it, we'll get there when we get there.
I have questions that I am more than happy to be answered later.
Fantastic.
I think Beverly is going to say, I'm gonna go find Cedric and give him the hat. Because I feel like he needs to go find... And Zarvolg will say, give it to me, I'll catch up with him. We'll catch up with you guys later. She goes, okay. And she'll give Zarvolg the hat, and he looks at this, like, crazy sailor, like a tourist hat that one dragonborn, or dragon sorcerer you made, and he's like, Yeah, not a chance. He like puts it in his bag and goes, I'll catch up with you guys in a bit. You're gonna what's the plan? You're gonna go to Terrah, you're gonna hang out there, and then if I can't find you there, where should I look next?
The next stop will be Amon.
Alright. Um
Mind your
he'll,
dreams, love.
He gives you a nod. He goes, yeah, we'll be careful, don't worry. Yeah, Zarvolg will he's the best tracker out of all of you. He'll find you. And he's gonna go accompany Cedric, and he will take off. Cool. That just leaves you four and Beverly, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Camilla would have stayed with the Order of Legion Redeemed, I believe I named it.
Yeah. But Latin, because it sounds cool.
Yeah.
I mean, Sons
I
of
think
Seraphim was a great name too, so like you were onto a few things.
Thank you. I imagine in my mind that Celestial is Latin. So I'm like,
Oh, for sure.
But the Legionis Redempto would be the name for it. Okay, beautiful. So, tree strat?
Yeah, transport via plant. We'll just go find the nearest large tree.
Sure. I don't think you'll find a big and thick enough tree to like walk through in the city, but I mean, the Bramblewood is like right there. So you guys pack up your stuff and you go for a little walk around town. Buildings have changed. Things that were broken are now built. Some things are a little broken still. The League of, you would have probably seen a member of the League of Miracles by now. They're pretty active in Westruun, but they are not here, as far as you can tell. That might have just been coincidence not bumping into them. Yeah, you guys make your way out of the city, and a short walk outside of the city, maybe like half an hour or whatever, gets you out of the farmlands and towards the Bramblewood, where they do not farm. And you easily come upon a very, very large tree, enough to cast this spell with. Yeah, I'm realizing that the spell is a lot less flexible than it was deemed to be. You need to have a trunk probably this big, and that's a decently old tree. But yeah, easily find one in the Bramblewood. It's a short walk out of town. Cool. You would certainly know of one at Terrah. Mind you, it probably won't be very close to the rift, given the amount of seismic activity that happens in Terrah.
Nor would I want it to be there.
Excellent. Yeah, you're probably finding something a little too. It's not like going to be a voyage to get to Terrah, but it's probably like a day or two away. And you open up this tree. The bark sort of curls away from itself, opening this almost fey-like passage beyond. And you guys like walk through it. And as you do and exit, you find your lungs filled with thin but fresh mountain air. It's very reminiscent for you, Yvaine. The rest of you probably find yourself with that sort of high altitude mountain effect where you're suddenly like, ooh, taking like a deep breath, like, ooh, it's a little harder to breathe out here. Yeah, you are in a thick, endless mountain range all of a sudden. It is pretty early for a break, but with this group and your teleport powers, I never know. I'm gonna take the break to just get myself ready for this little encounter. So let's take our break rather early. 15-20 minutes. We'll come back and I will be much more prepared for this encounter. So we will be back very soon. Thank you for an early break, if you're so kind.
drivers can save up to $1,200 a year with route insurance. We celebrate good driving. The savings. Download the app and get on the road for a day. Route insurance. Drive, save.
Next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused treatment for UC that helps block and
Don't do it. Well, ready. Uh, uh, okay, cool. Um, cool, cool, cool. All right, let's move her along. I gotta do a little screen share here. We're not here anymore. We're never here anymore, ever again. Never. Okay, so having reviewed the lore I haven't looked at in a while, I realized that while the rift itself is absolutely bereft of any form of plant life that could possibly sustain the spell, Terra itself is not built directly on top of that. In fact, it is, as you will see, quite capable of sustaining the teleport powers that Yvaine means to bring to bear. Maybe nothing that intense in size directly there, but certainly in the outskirts. So a short walk later, yeah. So you guys appear with these smells. The altitude is definitely higher, but you are not like appearing on top of a mountain Pocahontas style. You actually appear at the base of many mountains surrounding you. It's like fucking Utah around here. And Yvaine's like, come on, guys. And a short walk later is going to reveal Terrah. Welcome home. Um, now the lands. So what's very interesting about coming home is the buildings are largely the same, Yvain, but the landscape has changed much. And this is unsurprising to you. Terra is a place where indeed the land is always moving, always shifting. This might as well be fucking Japan. It built on four tectonic plates, where things move and shift and earthquakes fall. But it is the power of the druids who make sure that when the buildings do inevitably crumble, they are put back together. So the village itself largely has remained as you remember it. Maybe a building or two has been added, maybe one has been modified a little bit, but the village structure itself is largely the same. The overarching terrain of the sort of sweeping mountains that lead to this valley that Terra is built in remain the same, but the actual sort of like there used to be like a big hill over here, or there used to be like a flat plain over here. That's all changed. It's like some kid on Minecraft decided we're changing all the rebuilding this shit. Um, let's see, what would be some fitting? Um, what would be fitting? I think wind, not eerie. We're gonna do a little of this, and I think we'll do a little something a little bit more casual over here for that. Turn the music a little bit. And you've woken up in the morning, so it is, yeah, it's kind of dusk. Okay. Welcome to Terra. I slapped that together pretty quick. All right. You find yourselves arriving in this wonderful place, sheltered, nestled within several mountains. Uh, uh, yeah, the wind is definitely nip out here in early spring as it is, and given that you're up in the mountains, it is chilly up here. It is very chilly up here. Um, it seems that the village of Terrah is probably about as stubborn as the people who live there. The village clings to the mountains like barnacles that refuse to fall off the side of a ship. The ground seems to vibrate, almost hum under your feet, if not at moments. I think the three of you not used to this place, there's like a rumbling begins to emerge under your feet, and you're like, oh shit, this is it, this is an earthquake. And Terrah or Yvaine's like, oh, that was that's just an aftershock. There's a little one. And you guys are like, okay, yeah, sure. But yeah, your intestines and your stomach and everything say, oh fuck, run for cover. Maybe once every 5 to 10 minutes. Eventually you're gonna get over this, but for the time being, there's this like, oh god, okay, we're alive, we're good. That just goes completely over Yvaine's head. In fact, it's probably nice, like a little, like being cradled to sleep. It's just nice. They don't have that in Terrah. They should install that. But you walk into this place, and similarly, the people do not flinch as you make your way in. There are definitely paths along the side of mountains where you could see where like massive boulders have definitely came falling down and like wrecked parts of the town, probably. But again, stubbornly, the people cling on, and they seem to have made it work despite all odds. Literally battling the mountain just to live here, stubbornly refusing to go. This valley may be better said like an ancient crater of various rock falls sliding into this place over the centuries has created this valley. This isn't like the wild mother just decided to like carefully shit. No, this is like hundreds of rock slides over the centuries. Thousands, millions of rock slides over the centuries just beaten down the ground so hard it has created this little valley. And you guys make your way through the main entrance, which is a narrow switchback sort of mountain pass, cuts in. And you're going to look up to see some druids standing there. One has a head like partially like granite. And they are dressed not like you'd expect most druids, like in furs. There's no furs. They're not dressed in furs. You know what? I apologize. They're probably dressed in like, they've got some furs, mostly sort of like leather tanned, like linens. They've definitely got like thick furs like over their shoulders and around them like cloaks. It's not bear furs, not wolf furs, and they're not that cool. There's a lot of on these people, like feathers coming out of the back of the ear, like hawk, like large bird feathers. Maybe even some like decoration in the form of maybe like a ram's horn. But what is actually pretty interesting is that these gate guards, both of them have like, again, it's very tribal, but basically have like large like emerald necklaces, like probably worth like 500 to 1,000 gold each. And they're gate guards by the looks of it. These two guys, one with the granite head, the other is half elf. And they say, "Halt! You approach the southern gates of Terrah. Who goes there?"
Yvaine.
There's like a Yvaine. They blink and they go, Yvaine. And you kind of recognize these guys. They're older now, but you've known them. And they go, Yvaine? We thought you were dead.
Well, you were wrong. It's not the first time.
They grumble. The Earth Genasi sort of leans over and he goes, "Take it the ranger training didn't go so well out there?"
Oh no, I'm a shit ranger.
They go, they laugh at that. You go, well, come on in then. What are you standing out there for? And he taps his staff, and these stone doors, thick stone doors, just open without any ogre to open them. They just open at the will of the druid. And he says, well, welcome home. Hopefully civilization swallow up any of your mountain scents.
Yvaine, I think your ranger training went very well. Zarvolg is perfectly well behaved.
Oh, that is a lie.
Beverly cackles. You make your way through this now small mountain pass into the opening of the proper valley. And you see Terrah in its full glory. Homes are built into enormous stones. There aren't like structures. Basically, they've just taken giant, massive rock slide boulders and put little doors on them and opened up holes and maybe basically forged rocks to kind of slope up and like mold themselves to like attach them to the boulder so they don't get like pool balled down even further if there's a rock slide. Windows are narrow horizontal slits. You will be very surprised to see that the windows are framed by like natural quartz or granite windows, where light probably enters into homes like not unlike a beautiful stained glass window in some church, but definitely like not smoothed out. Like it's very artistic. It's very cool. Doors are slab thick. They are much more sort of shaped. They look to be made of like blasted clay, essentially. So solid doors. Roofs are mythical around here. They are not just roofs. They are shields. They're like basically like anti-rock slide structures. Where basically they create this like really cool, almost dare I say wind-swept kind of pattern that's almost like meant to divert the force of, what am I talking about? This isn't an airbender place. These are Earth Genasi. They are structures that have carved recesses and large overhangs and are about twice as thick as what you expect any wall of the house is, and they are meant to take the brunt of a giant stone and say, this is where you stop, essentially. You see all kinds of shit. You make your way through. You see that there are these like large scale fungal farms that like dig into the earth but have like these large, almost dare I say like naturally formed fortress like structures around it. The most important buildings, naturally formed druidic like small fortresses to protect against rock slides. You see that there are places that are actually built in, very few, but there's like one or two buildings that are actually built into the mountains themselves. People meander around. Lots of people here are a little bow-legged. Most people here are very broad-shouldered. Everyone here is buff. Like some people are better fed than others, but even like the littlest lady is like block-shouldered. People are when these little rumbles come, they're very casual about it, but you do catch that their eyes are like do like a 1, 2, 3, 4 scan and then move on with their days. Like there is like as a child you were like make sure to look both ways before crossing the street. In Terrah, it's probably like make sure to look at each peak when you feel a rumble. So as casually as we might cross the street with a little look left and right, they feel like an alarming tremor, to you alarming, of course, and there's just a little like peak 1, peak 2, peak 3, peak 4, great, we're good, and move on with their day. Yeah, people walk around hauling fucking giant rocks on their back and doing these things, and probably the coolest thing you see, one of the two coolest things you see, everybody walks around wearing some variation of precious gemstone. So some person might have like, there's no precious metal bands by any means. So like if someone's wearing a ring, with like a quartz or an amethyst or something. It is like held together by like a little bit of like thatched rope or something along the lines of that, and kind of attached to their body that way. So there's no precious metal bands or chains or anything like that. But everyone here wears at least one very precious stone, like a jasper or an emerald or a ruby. There are some people who walk around with more. You see one person walk by who looks to be like a little bit of an older druid who has like what looks to be like a decorative shoulder pauldron that is just covered in a net of jasper, emerald, ruby, diamond, like across the shoulder, like a net pauldron. And you're like, the wealth around here is nuts. But it seems to be like a casual addition to appearance. And the last interesting thing I'll show you or tell you about before I stop going is on the mountains, you're going to see a very alarmingly cool sight. You're going to see young members of Terrah as you're like, oh, rock slide! You may be like, that's no rock slide. And as things come into visage, which originally looked like rocks falling down the mountain, you see young members of Terran society basically surfboarding down the side of the mountain on these like magical stone slab surfboards that kind of like alter the earth around them and basically turn the mountains into giant surfs. And they make their way down like snowboarders, down like these solid rock mountains. And you hear sort of echoing off the mountain are the like, woohoo! Sort of like Terran, wild young person cries and screams of fun. And as they come sliding into the village, maybe one or two of them get a finger wag about having come in a little too fast or too close to a building. But rock slides around here seem to be normal enough that people don't give a shit when the young go surfing the mountains. And they all have these really cool boards. That are clearly not just some stone they found, but like magical items for gliding across Earth. And that's Terrah, by and large, as we see it. But I think the most important way to enter into the scene is the sound of Yvaine! And you turn Yvaine to see the this guy's not unlike, and he's an Earth Genasi, and he's not unlike that guy from the second season of Arcane who had the shield, just this huge mountain of fucking meat, like 6'6", built like a fucking rock mountain. He's Earth Genasi as hell. He's got a couple of like. He's got quartz for hair and like sort of almost like a buzz cut. But he has this like big jaw. And he comes over like this fucking ogre of a man. And he scoops up Yvaine and like throws her into the air. And catches her in his arms and swings her around and throws her back up in the airs. And he's laughing and going, ha 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 ha, and just like throws her into the air. And I'm sure Yvaine's giggling. Until he finally puts her down. Or actually, he like squeezes you almost to the point of exploding. And he goes,
easy, babes. Sorry, babes.
Just do it back. Oh, and he like puts you down like you were literally the weight of a rag doll. And he goes, "Look at you! I love what you've done with your hair, my little. What would he? Well, let me make a. My little skipping stone. Yeah, there we go. I like that. He goes, my little skipping stone. Oh, look at you. You've gone so big.
I've got friends.
I know you do, honey. It doesn't matter if they're imaginary. Don't believe in it.
No! Look! They're right there. My friends, I can see them right there. There's like...
Oh, they're with you! They're with you! Oh, hi, a pleasure to meet you. And he'll go around very dad, like shake all of your hands. And he goes, I'm Magnus. I'm Yvaine's dad. It's good to see you. Pleasure to meet you all. You're like, All of you, he's like, you can tell he's trying to be gentle, but it's still a very firm handshake. He goes, I'm Magnus, good to meet you. I'm Yvaine. Look at all your friends you have. What is it, 5 friends? That's so, wow. He'll shake all of your hands and be like, well, how are you? Come on inside. You know what? Come on inside. Let me serve you guys some tea. And we'll invite you all into his rock home, his big giant stone home, if you guys want to enter. Um, you enter within. As you can imagine, the furniture is I imagine is pretty solid in some places, but they definitely have like he's got pillows and stuff. Like there's some softer parts of this place. The actual like couches and whatnot are probably made of like similarly like as the door like a blasted clay, so it's not like jagged to sit upon. So there is some comfort around here, and you're like, okay, I get the elf part in here a little bit. You see the elven influences in here. The windows are a lot darker than you might have expected. They have the same windows with the beautiful colors coming in, but it's very much like it's pretty dark in here. It's surprisingly dark in here. And he the big monster that her dad is just starts pouring you guys all like mount tea from like various mountain leaves and whatnot. And he goes, well, I gotta know. Tell me about your friend. Oh, you gotta tell me about yourselves. What are you doing all the way up here?
So it's been like what, 3 years?
Something like that. 3 years, 14 days, and 12 hours.
Yeah. So it seems like a good time to check in with the family. You know. It's been a minute.
That's fair. You know, some people thought you were dead, but I said my little girl, she may not be the best ranger, but she is as stubborn as anybody in this mountain, and she will take on anything the world can throw.
You know, honestly, that's sort of the whole story of the whole thing. So, yeah.
So I was right. People
You
owe
were.
me money.
Excellent. Go collect.
But tell me about you gotta tell me about your friends. You gotta tell me about your friends.
All right. Okay, so I've learned that it's better when I don't go quickly and do everything all at once. So I'm gonna do sort of the big stuff, and just know there's gonna be as many stories as you'd like along the way. We are a part of a group called the Aurora Concordant. We were contracted with the Tal'Dorei Council. I suppose now we're actually ex parte members of the Tal'Dorei Council, and have been advising them on different matters of this is going to sound ridiculous, but security and intelligence, like it's just a bit of stuff. And some of it was interesting. There was some stuff in Live and Gone that was exciting. I was in Vasselheim. We met up in Stilben, which was awful. I don't enjoy the swamps. We have a home in Imon.
Oh, you're living in a mon.
It's well, you know, with the council, it's sort of easier for them to.
Right.
It's
right, that makes sense.
it was more a matter of here's a home, so that you are where we would like where we have easy access to you. You know, it worked out well for everyone, but it's not because I am a
you know, your mother called it. She said Yvaine is kind of a city person. She thought you were a city person. I didn't think so. I was like, how is she gonna be a city person? I'm a sailor, or at heart anyway, I'm a sailor. And your mom is from the back. She likes to go run around in the wilds. as she does. I'm like, there's not a drop of city person in our blood. How's that going to happen? And look at you now living in a mon. I don't know where you get it. Maybe from your grandmother.
You have to tell me about her. Like, I know I have a mythical grandmother that exists somewhere, and then I ask you about her, and then magically the conversation gets turned.
So, Ember, tell me about yourself. What is, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss, you are, I have to say, you are of a sort of persuasion to one of our, cousin settlements. I can see the fire inside you. I myself am an Earth Genasi.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance after long hearing many stories and tales of family and home, which Yvaine has been kind enough to share.
I hope they're not too damning. You don't think us a little too primordial?
And in primordial, Ember will reply, "Can you be too primordial?"
He billows loudly at that and responds in Terran primordial, which you can understand. Basically, like, nope, I would say not. And again, just like grabs your hand with his mountain hand and shakes your hand again. And he goes, established gentleman. We haven't had one in Terrah in a couple of centuries, I imagine.
Yeah. It's a dint of being raised in the hospitality industry. My mother runs a inn and tavern, so I was raised with a degree of manners.
See,
or I paid the appropriate price.
He kind of cocks an eyebrow, looks to you and goes, so he's a city person, and you're a city person. Understood. And he goes, so he looks over to Dreiser, and there's like a final like suspiciousness between Ember and Yvaine look from Daddy Magnus. It was okay. We'll circle back to that. You, Dreiserin, a dragonborn. Did you know you're blue dragonborn? If I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering my dragon lore, it is blue dragons that like the mountains, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it the desert? I can't remember.
No, it is the mountains, actually.
Well, then you're basically home, aren't you?
It is fun to be up. I guess. I don't know. I was raised in the city. So sorry to disappoint you.
A bunch of city people. Very much like Yvaine.
Not on purpose, but it did come down to that, yeah.
I see. Well, what do they say in the city? Moss to a flame or something like that, right? A bunch of common thinking people come together. I think that's kind of what it's like. But lastly, Yvaine, are you collecting Genasi? Because a water Genasi and an earth Genasi is supposed to be a battle. You're a Kiro, right?
That's me.
Well, it is a pleasure to meet you. You wouldn't happen to be from one of our cousin settlements, would you?
Not that I remember. I don't remember what. From what I do remember, I think, and she'll like swing and look at Yvaine and Ember to confirm. I think I remember my parents being pirates or on a ship of some kind.
I see. See, all you need, Yvaine, it's too bad your mother isn't an air genasi, or we would be completing some kind of prophecy here, wouldn't we?
Oh, yes, that would be delightful. Oh God, what's wrong with me? I'm fine. I'm sorry.
it's kind of, seeing the friends that my daughter has accumulated, it's kind of like when you look in someone's room and you get a real sense of a person by their room is tidy, what things they have on the shelves. And I sent Yvaine out into Tal'Dorei, and she comes back with all of you, and it kind of tells me something. And see, she seems to like the exotic people, and that's fair. My. Well, I mean, bringing a Dragonborn's kind of like bringing an Ergen, especially a blue one. Shoots lightning. Lightning's an element of the air. It's kind of like bringing an Ergen. So Yvaine is just a proper druid.
Dragonborn does fly once a day.
There we go. Dragons fly, isn't it perfect? See, there we are. Yvaine is she's not nearly as broad or singularly in thought as most of us Terrans. She's a broad thinker, likes to accumulate all sorts, I suppose. God. Oh, I've been talking a lot, haven't I? You come just in time. Your mother should be getting back from a scout in the mountains. She went hunting goats, I believe. Or was it, I don't know what she's hunting this time, but she's been gone for the last couple days. She's supposed to be back sometime today.
They sent her hunting goats. She's going to be in a fine mood.
Well, you know her. She finds things to do, any excuse. She's a free spirit, that one. In order to lock her down, I had to bring her up to the mountains to hide her away from all the other men. Unfortunately, all the other men over here are about as big as I am in muscles, and she's clearly got it tight. So there's been some competition. That's a joke. There's no competition. I don't know why she likes me, but I'm not going to question it. If they're not broke, don't fix it. So, how long will you be staying? You're not back for good, are you? You're far too flighty for that. You've got your mother's sort of inkling to want to travel in you.
So, I don't know the answer to that question. We're definitely here overnight.
Okay, I'll talk to some of the druids to get a guest house made.
Thank you. Thank you. I did just want to spend some time with you and Mom. I haven't seen you in a while. Just catch up, see how things have been.
Of course. Anytime, you don't have to wait 3 years, honey.
Yeah, no, that was entirely unintended.
Oh, don't worry. I know how you are. You're like your mother. You get sidetracked, and what was supposed to be a 3-day hunting trip becomes about a month, and then they come back eventually. I'm used to it.
Yes.
And to make it all the worse, you have sailor blood in you. So it's you've got what your mother's got time. I mean, you're trying to outdo your mother. You disappeared for 3 years. You're supposed to be gone for 3 months.
Oh,
yes.
Don't forget to introduce him to Happy.
Yeah, and she made sure that she introduced him to Beverly. But also, this is Happy. Happy's my friend. Happy, this is my dad.
Oh, you brought dinner! Excellent. We don't get brought up here a lot. I'm just pulling your leg. That's not a rabbit. Why does it have a stick stuck in its head?
Oh, God.
Are you all right? And Happy kind of like in the size of Magnus goes, oh, it bumped its head, didn't it? Or maybe it's disturbing its brain. All of the sticks stuck in its head. Oh, is this another pet that you found? I like this one a lot better than the 5-foot tall ram that you brought home when you were 5.
He's friendly.
I don't know how you did, really.
Happy is an Almirage. He's a fey creature.
And
he's quite intelligent.
Oh, we need at least one of those around the house now that you're gone. Intelligent people. Hello, fey creature. Well, does it understand me?
Yes, actually, he understands quite well.
Well, you've been taught well. Good. And Happy's like, Just like a little firm nod. Goes, oh, I guess he does. Well, I rather like this pet for you, Yvaine. It's good that you have limited your pets to under a foot tall.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Why do you have something? Oh, you have something bigger in Amon, don't
I do not have anything bigger in Amon, I assure you.
I see? Oh,
It's in
how
Westruun.
rude of me! I never said
Shut
hello
up.
to Beverly. I'm so sorry. A pleasure to meet you, young lady. She goes, oh hi. I'm just Beverly. We can skip me. I'm an NPC. She goes, okay, great. And it goes, um, I'm gonna go talk to the druids and get a place remade up a little bit more light. No drow in here. No drow here. No. Okay, good. I'll be back. Make yourselves at home. I haven't allowed your mother to change her room even slightly since you've left, so feel free to go see her old room. Your mother wanted to make it
Okay.
into like a. I think she wanted to use it for like. I think she said she wanted to use it for skinning her kills or something like that. And I said no, that's got to be outside. We're not changing Yvaine's room. So we got into a lot of fights about that. Anyway, I'll be back. And he ducks down through the doorway and leaves to go find a druid to quickly make up a little guest room for you guys.
So, I've had a reputation for being somewhat flighty, and I think Ember could attest. Like when we first met, I was perhaps a few sandwiches short of a picnic. Truthfully, as I reflect, I don't. And she's going to look at Happy. I don't really understand how I survived. I shouldn't have survived any of it, honestly. But that is for another time. I did survive it. And absolutely no one would possibly believe that I've done any of the things that I've done. So there's going to be a period of adjustment. Like it's in good fun, but like, and she'll wave everyone up and like open up her room.
Take it away, man. That's your room.
Her room looks like Four Seasons adolescent
I knew it.
with like a little weird corner area that's really, really shadowy, and another weird area that's kind of unusually bright. And as you go into each little area, you can see that there had been early attempts at the kind of terraforming that you had seen in Lyrengorn. You had seen those kind of artistic and she lacks her father's skill, and it's a lot of Lisa Frank version of these things, kind of really ideal and hopeful, but like in the places you can see a genuine curiosity. Like if you sit and look into each places, there would be, you could see in the darkness, oh shit, there are mushrooms over there. You know, there's a little phosphorescence that's a light that could never exist unless there was that darkness. So it's weirdly balanced. And the whole thing is like, you know how everybody out there wears gemstones. And Ember will remember her first armor was it was a gift from her father, but it was bare fucking bones. But her entire room is formed out of these gemstones and engineered in such ways that you can see that the light filters in through the skylights and little slits, so that throughout the day, depending on what time of day it was, there would be different effects through the area. This is the girl who left.
I also imagine there's like 100 various interests and projects all going on. Someone who the true ADHD fixation swap manifesting isn't. I gotta imagine. That's just me.
100%. So
yeah.
Yeah, so that's who left.
I'm going to say this because we're out of there. That vestige definitely should have gone to you.
Oh yeah, he never commented on the fucking missing eye and everything. Oh, well, she had her. Yeah.
No, it's very intentionally meant. I mean,
I think it's also kind of funny that he didn't comment, and I think I'll leave it canon. He didn't comment on the circlet at all either, because like precious gemstones are common enough here that he might have been like, "Wow, that's cool," but not as wild for someone in Amon would be like, "What?" So.
That's an unexpected stylistic choice, but okay, whatever.
She's always been a little weird.
Yeah. All right, you've all seen. Is there any? Yeah. What else? What's next on the docket?
So anyway, there's going to be a period of adjustment. And I don't actually know where anything is. Things sort of move around. We should probably see the mountain at some point. I feel like I want to see my... Oh god, I don't want to do that either.
I'll say in this moment, you guys feel a tremor, which ends up becoming more than a tremor, which ends up becoming alarmingly like the world is ending, kind of shake under your feet. And you hear a number of stones hit the roof that should have been large enough to destroy the place. Where like if you were in your Amon home, you'd be like, "Oh, we'd be dead." That would have been that. That'd have been us. And alarmingly enough, Yvaine, that like this kind of shake while you were growing up only happened like a couple times a year. So this is a pretty big seismic event, even for you.
Oh. I don't love that.
That felt rather significant.
And it keeps going. Like it doesn't pass. Like it's like the world is ending, and it will continue to end for the next little while. Kind of shake. It probably goes on. If you guys standing here going like, "Holy fuck," it probably goes on for a good 60 seconds to a minute and a half. Until it finally begins to calm, but not before like 3 or 4 rocks that should have killed you like smash across the roof of this house. and then it finally subsides. But I think you guys probably see Yvaine tense, which probably is like, oh, this is the real one, and you guys feel like this was doomsday. Like this was like the end of the world, like kind of earthquake. This was like a I don't know my Richter scale very well, but this was like a earth cracking mountain. Like this was like a mountain cracking kind of earthquake. Like it was big.
Oh, that was not normal.
I think that answered the question of if we're going to see the mountain or not.
Okay.
Do people need help after all of that?
Yeah. Entirely, it's quite likely.
Okay. You guys step outside to kind of like go do something to help. You guys come out like, oh fuck, like this, like Terrah's fucked probably now. And you come out to see that like, yeah, the landscape out here has changed. There are like craters where 6 foot diameter stones like had rolled down the side of the mountain, lipped off the side of something, and smashed into the middle of the fucking village. And even to your surprise, Yvaine, because in your experience after something like this happened, it was a pretty big event. And there was like a town, like maybe like a town hall, and people like, what do we do next? And people kind of running around. People walk around as casually as if this is a Tuesday, which is crazy even for you, Yvaine. The rest of you are like, these people are crazy, like so like insane. And they're just like, you see a couple of people start like moving. You see your father help moving a neighbor's boulder out of the way of their doorstep. Couple of people start like into wheelbarrows, into wheelbarrows. But it's just like procedure. Like this isn't a crazy thing that happens every year where they need to like assess the damage. Like to be clear, some buildings like like these thick shield like ceilings are like cracked through. And maybe there's a building or two that has like a rock lodged into the side of it. Nobody seems to be hurt or dead, which is impressive. And people are just kind of now moving about their business to kind of clean up. It's like alarming how well adjusted they are to this kind of like apocalyptic threat.
I'm going to go talk to my father. Dad,
Hi, Skipping Stone.
is there anything I can help with?
Um, he looks at you.
Does anyone need healing?
He goes, healing. You know what? It might be good for you to maybe you should hop inside just in case there's an aftershock with your friends. I wouldn't want anything to happen.
I'm curious, where is the mountain?
The mountain? Which one?
The headmaster.
Been a while, huh? Did you hit your head? Did you fall? He literally puts his hand to your head like you have a fever or something. He goes, did you bump your head while you were inside? Did you fall over?
The headmaster.
Oh, Patrice? He's. I mean, I don't know where he is right now. He's probably up at the rift.
Oh, all right, but he's around.
Oh, of course, of course. I mean, where else would he be?
It's been 3 years. I don't know.
Oh,
He could be in town.
Oh, well, everyone knows that that man is too stubborn, even for the Raven Queen to come collect him. So he may be 106 now, but he's still as strong as ever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't want you to get hurt. You should get inside before something. I don't want you to be getting hurt.
Eh.
You could come out and play afterward.
All right, I'll come on.
You
And
go back
she's.
inside?
Oh no, we're not going to go back inside.
Yeah.
We're just going to sneak around out back the way I used to.
Got it. And your father will pretend he doesn't know that you do that. And you go inside and you're like, take everybody out the back door like you're sneaking out like a teenager.
All right. We need to get to the rift. I think we need a debrief, and I don't know where Mom is. So, she's gonna look at Happy. Look, we gotta do the polymorph thing. I know you don't love it, so I can cast the spell, and you can pick the form, right? We can work together. We have to work together, right? Because, I'm a little limited. You seem to like the hippocampus thing you did the last time.
He thinks about what he wants to polymorph into. And per the whole mental connection thing, I think I don't know what he'll pick. What's something unusual, I'm sure, for a beast. Probably some kind of like probably sure a giant eagle. That's kind of what a fake creature might want to turn into.
Yeah, so Yvaine will turn into the same, and the rest of everybody can get on back. I'll get in Claw, and we're gonna fly towards the rift to go talk to the mountains, see what's going on.
All right, a giant eagle could probably carry 2 people max. It is a large creature, and it certainly isn't going to be able to carry all 5 of you, unfortunately.
Okay, right. So if I turn Happy into one,
I'll lay out
and then
the
I
carpet.
polymorph, and then I wild shape.
Wild shape.
Right
Yeah. That should be enough. Yeah, easily. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, 2 eagles are created. And giant eagles are created, as I believe. And you guys all mount up. It's by the sounds of things. 2 of you are held in claws like this as you fly over like a jagged mountainscape. Who are the lucky winners there? Dryster, I'm sure, is like, woohoo! Happy picks up Kiro.
Actually,
yeah.
Kiro and Trisern could ride on Eagleback. Ember is not going in somebody's claw when he has a perfectly good carpet.
Yeah, you got a carpet. Yeah. Eagle Happy sort of like squawks at you unhappily.
And you know what? Following that train of thought, Kiro is going to cast Fly on. As soon as she sees Happy come towards her, Talon, like with a Talon, fly immediately. Thank you, Happy, so much. You and Bev are going to have so much fun.
I was like, oh, I don't know. I'm just.
It's only one of you. You can sit on his back.
She's like,
Happy's nice.
Okay, great. Sure. In fairness, she looks very heroic back there. Full plate armor, holy sword, riding on eagleback. It's pretty cool. She looks at the pink eagle and the not pink eagle and goes, I'm gonna now ride the pink eagle. It's just, I don't know if that's for me. I don't know if that's my aesthetic. And she'll get unhappy and they'll fly up into the mountains. Okay, great. So, you guys have just experienced like a world-ending mountain-splitting earthquake, and the decision is to go to the epicenter of where that danger persists. That's fantastic, guys. Love that for you. You fly up there. You go to just fly up the side of one of these mountains. For my fly spell and magic carpet person, it's fine. For Yvaine and for Happy, It's actually probably pretty cool because like the updrafts are probably pretty crazy up here in the mountains. So while it's a lot of like it isn't like a straight up as the best way of doing it, probably takes you longer to like catch the right updrafts and get to the top. So you guys will be probably arriving behind the rest of the party, just for the sake of how elevation works and bird wings work. Flying carpet, Ember ride, and Kiro by the sounds of it. And yeah, Dryster, you're flying up on Eagle back by the sounds of it. So Kiro and Ember, you're gonna get there first. Boy. As you get closer, even while aloft, you begin to feel the shakes like reverberating through the air. You certainly hear it. It sounds like earth smashing into earth. Like it sounds like large rocks are wrestling with each other up at the epicenter of this mountain. It is bone rattling, even up here in the sky, just from the sonic pressure of these massive, like earth rattling quakes going on. It is bone rattling while aloft. The prospect of touching down probably is like pretty nerve wracking, but nonetheless, you kind of fly over and find at the tippy top of this mountain there is a secondary valley that is less of a valley and more of a giant long fault in the earth, where at the top of this mountain, like a god karate chopped the top of this mountain long ago, and it left an impression. There's just this very small valley where it comes down into this almost like green lit from the interior, like from large glowing green stones, perhaps deep beneath, and just endless rock slide as the mountain like falls and rolls into it. And then like moss or something, large crags begin to like force themselves up out of the earth like an ever turning, because I don't know if everyone knows how earthquakes work. The tectonic plates kind of hit each other, kind of almost like pull each other down like this. It's almost like it's a never ending, like just like almost like a circle like that, where the mountain is actively being like ripped in half and pulled into the rift. And then once it has been done grinding anything in there into fucking paste, just re-juts out from the side, creating this never-ending earthquake. Very dangerous, incredibly dangerous. You see many druids are around the mountainside. They have actively morphed the earth into like stone rock, like almost like boots, like basically fused their legs to the ground, and even parts of their like back like hooks, like harnessed themselves through stone shape into the ground, so they're not just knocked into oblivion off the side of the mountain. You know what? Actually, I'm terribly sorry. No, they're all on these boards. They would all be on these like earth boards. That's correct. Where the earth royals and juts and crags are made all around them, but they just kind of like form like around the boards, giving them sort of like a stable position to stand amongst all of this. Casting their spells. And you see actively earth elementals clawing up and out of the center and like gliding up the side, where a druid will like stick his staff into the ground and like turn it with great physical strength but magical strength as well, and the earth will like as this thing is rolling up the side and like recollapse it and like slingshot it back down into the rift. And you see these like this is very dangerous. Like any of these rocks even fucking touch you, you're breaking something irreplaceably into mush. Like this is highly, highly, highly dangerous. This is the height of elemental warfare here. At that point, I'll say Yvaine and Happy and Drycerin and Beverly sort of catch up as Kiro and Ember are watching this scene of elemental dangerous power. And Yvaine, this is the first time you've ever been here. This is absolutely the first time you've ever been here. Given your history, they would have not, by any circumstances, allowed you anywhere near this place. So this is your first cheeky time up here, and this is the scene. And also worth noting, they're all wearing these like gemstone shoulder nets. Some of them wear two. And amongst them all, you see the grumpiest, bald, lanky old man you have seen. Despite this almost like monkly physical appearance, where he's strong but athletically strong, not like boulder shoulders or anything like that. His forearms are like monstrously thick and covered in tribal tattoos. He has short gray hair that is bald, and his face is just wrinkled up like crazy. In that way that is like that, almost like Jackie Chan style, a little bit like older Jackie Chan, where he's like this physically capable old man, essentially. And he doesn't wear any gems. He's just wearing like a simple linen shirt. He doesn't seem to have an arcane focus of any kind. He's just standing on a rock that is just like floating underneath him. And he's just standing there kind of watching the whole thing. He turns and sees you all flying up, and his grumpy face looks even more grumpy than it could possibly be. And the moat that he's standing on kind of like turns to meet the momentum and starts flying at you guys at great speed as he doesn't even lift a finger. He just kind of flies at you guys, not unlike Toph Beifong style. Flies at you all, comes aloft to like look at you all in front of you and stares at you all and says, "What the fuck are you all doing up here?"
Hey, how you doing? It's been a while, yeah? Could we land and talk?
Not here. I'll say it again. Not here.
Where is good?
Maybe where the earth isn't trying to devour anyone who comes near it, Yvaine. Maybe back in the village like you've been told 100 times when you were a
Did you
leader.
need help?
Does it look like we need your help, Yvaine?
It looks like you need someone's help.
Not yours, little druid. Back to the village. Don't make me tell your mom on you.
Are you serious? Do your thing. For real, Cola.
I'm a little busy, in case you haven't noticed. I'm going to trust you to go to the bottom of the mountain by yourself. Can you do that? The answer is yes, Patrice. Whatever you say, Patrice. You're the heart of the mountain and in charge of this whole village, Patrice.
Yeah, certainly.
Excellent. You'll look around at the rest of you all and go like, and you're all able to follow her, yes? You can get to the top, you can get to the bottom.
Like she flew. Yeah.
Magnificent. Off you go.
You need anything to drink before we go?
No, sir, I do not. I need the civilians to not be at the top of the mountain where it's trying to kill anything that comes near it. That is what I need right now.
Okie dokie.
Excellent. And he doesn't leave until you guys turn and actually leave. Do you leave?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. You turn, you leave, you start flying down. The crotchety old bastard turns his earth mode around and goes back to work. You guys soar down. You maybe a perception check, Big Bird. Advantage to keen sense perception checks, I believe.
$16.
16. It'll be enough because what you're looking at is and always has been a stark contrast to the landscape, unless she doesn't want to be. As you're flying down and you have a bird's eye view of the village, you see, not at the village yet, but coming across what is surely a dangerous pass, is a woman with long white braided hair and obsidian black, slightly purple skin, and almost glowing red eyes, or red eyes with almost like glowing, almost like the lights bounced off the back of her eye. She's a ways off, but your eagle sight has that telescopic power that you can zoom in to see, with a bow strung across her back, maybe like half a mile outside of the village, coming down a pretty dangerous pass, with a magnificently large mountain goat across her shoulders and dragging one of these earth boards behind her with two more laid across it, is your mother.
We will go down to meet her.
Okay.
She has certainly sighted us by now.
Yeah. Bird Yvaine, for whatever reason, arcs, takes a different path. Eagle Happy just follows in suit and follows her trail of wind. Kiro and Ember, you do not know where she's going, but you wish to follow.
Sure.
Sure.
This isn't my house, so I'm following whoever the host is.
Yeah. Guys have been brought to the hometown, and it's definitely like, come on, guys, you gotta see everything. And it's, all right, sure. Very cool. You fly over, and with great speed, catching the down momentum, you bullet over there easily enough. As you're flying over, very casually, the elf has dropped the goat off the back of her shoulders and drawn a bow and an arrow and knocked it, having no fucking clue what has never seen you do this. Doesn't knock or aim, it doesn't like pull back and aim or anything, but it's definitely like a casual caution. And you all come to land in front of her as her cloak billows from all of the wind. This is the lady who stands before you. I think these two images kind of put together who it is that you see. In Zoom chat. I imagine the hair with the tribal kind of braids feels right in the first picture, if I'm not mistaken. And she just kind of mute emotion looks at you all there. She kind of tilts her head at the giant pink eagles. That's probably a first time, even for her. And then you turn into you, I imagine. Dry's friend lands, super cool. Yeah, her eyes kind of, you see she kind of squints a little bit to see, or you know what? I think cool enough. I think she's basically got like eclipse goggles on, to make up for her drownness. So you don't see her red eyes, you just see these like little slits. And she like does that with her head and like rips the goggles off, and squints under the high sunlight and sees you. And she just drops bow, walks over to you, and hugs you. Hugs you tight.
Yeah, Yvaine probably just starts crying.
Oh, yeah. You just start crying, and she hugs you for a while longer than you might expect her to. The pragmatist though she is, and almost like a little too soon, as is often her way. She pulls back, and then kind of there's clearly the more affectionate parent. She pulls back and looks at you, and then kind of does the like what is usually the dad thing of like you in one piece kind of thing. It kind of like looks you over. Um, she brushes the hair out of your eye to see that you're missing an eye. And she says, "Who?"
Knowledge requires sacrifice. And she says this in Undercommon. Knowledge requires sacrifice.
She again is struggling to see you with her red drow eyes, which are like looking into her eyes are probably like pinpoints. The black, just trying to like pervade as much light as possible. But she squints at you, not necessarily fully understanding. She says, in Undercommon, she says, "Who did this to you?"
I did.
She pulls back like as much. It's like it was like you like punched her in the stomach by saying that. She kind of pulls back, and she looks very angry all of a sudden. She goes, "Why would you do this to yourself?"
Because we were in a demi-plane of Orcus, and there was a planetar who was guarding a vestige of divergence. And the only way to break the demi-plane was for someone to assume the burden.
She doesn't say much else, I don't think. She just kind of takes a moment with that, kind of nods, and turns around and goes and collects her bow and slings that over her shoulder and puts her arrow back and takes the goat, tosses it back over her shoulder and grabs the board and starts to continue her walk back to the village. She stops if you don't follow, and she looks back as if like almost like a wolf, like insinuating that the rest of the pack should follow. And she keeps going.
We do.
Cool. She doesn't say a lot else on the walk. She is pretty impressive acrobatically or athletically, in that she's got like this big weight on her shoulders and makes some pretty, I don't, like, you know, you see people experienced in mountain climbing and they kind of like find the place to put their feet on the path. She does this like with exceptional quickness and sure-footedness, which isn't to be expected from just anyone, especially with the amount of weight she's carrying on her shoulder. The goat on her shoulder is probably worth more weight than she's worth. So she's pretty strong. And eventually you come in back into the village. And she will stop the board outside the house and drop the ram onto it, and she'll go back inside the house. And Magnus will be there, cooking something up. And he'll go, he'll say, "Oh, I knew you're back. Oh, good. I didn't know if another month would pass." She speaks to him in Undercommon. I imagine Magnus has been taught the language that they can speak to in private, though it probably took a very long time for Magnus, but nonetheless. And essentially says in Undercommon, your daughter's home. And he says, oh, I know, isn't it wonderful? And she says, are you aware she gouged out her own eye, husband? And he's like, what? And she just kind of walks past him to go, like, drop her shit off in the room. Magnus is like, huh? And he looks back to you, Yvaine, and goes, well, did you... he comes over to you, very, like, dad insisting upon a hurt child. Moves the hair out of your eye and, like, like gasps. And in a far more affectionate way, just, like, suddenly you're like, huh! As you're pulled into his chest and go, oh, my little girl, what happened to you? You hurt yourself? You did this? He starts welling up. You know, why would you do this to yourself, honey? What happened?
Stop. Breathe. I need you to actually see me for what I am. All right? I might have left a whimsical shithead. But that's not what's happening. So, yeah, I'll tell you, but allow for some room to growth, yeah?
You say this, and you see a flash over his eyes of like lack of recognition. Like he suddenly, whether it's the desired effect or not, he's like, doesn't know what he's looking at when you say that. And he kind of, okay, I'll,
The very...
Might I
away from you.
offer a suggestion?
Please.
Do you have your bundle of letters?
No.
Oh,
I
most a pity. Well, this is a longer story, and a longer story needs food and something to drink. If you would be so kind as to direct me, I will be happy to provide.
Of course.
He's amazing, chef. He's really good at that.
Great. Yes. Yeah, right this way. And he'll take you into the kitchen, and there's every insistence from Magnus that he wants to be in the kitchen right now and help out with whatever the fuck you're doing. He doesn't care what it is. I think very clearly for you, Ember, you get the sense he like just had a crazy moment there where he didn't recognize his own daughter, and it freaked him out, and he's not ready for that yet. And he goes and he's like insisting, "Oh no, let me here. We probably need a knife out here." And he's just like,
we will talk about food related stuff, and I will, pull out the alchemy flask, and we'll pour out some beer and have something to drink while we
he goes into
some of that over and
nervous hosting mode, as I'm sure we're all aware of, a parent or an uncle like that. Eventually Mama Drow comes back out. She's not in she's just basically taken off her armor and her gear and everything, and she goes and just sits quietly on the couch, and kind of is very icy, incredibly icy. The food is cooked or chopped for certain. You're miraculous, and Magnus is like, "That's amazing. You're gonna tell me about your..." And he goes into all of that, and eventually there's just not any more hosting possible to be done, or to the point where it's like, okay, come sit. Where you got that person who's like, "Oh, you probably need serviettes or fucking anything," and eventually you kind of gather everyone around the proverbial campfire. Eventually, with drinks and food in hand, and maybe some quiet, awkward fork and knife sounds are made. on their quartz plates.
Do you wish to tell this story, Yvaine, or would you like me to start? I'm not a bard like some of our associates, but I've heard them tell the story often enough, and I've lived part of it.
I feel like I'm just going to cut to the chase, and that's going to make people very unhappy. More unhappy. So yeah, please.
Well, I understand that you don't know me, so allow me to start with some brief introductions. I met Yvaine quite some time ago. She was approaching the. I I hesitate to say the word city of Stilben. Let's call it the podunk squalor of Stilben. That seems more appropriate and to the point. And he was seeking Whitestone, and he was a smidge off. A smidge off. And in the course of things, I began to develop a fondness and a friendship with a very charming and endearing woman with no small amount of responsibility, perseverance, and internal fortitude and strength. And in meeting the two of you, I can very clearly see where she comes by those. In the course of our many and varied travels, we have been to the heights of Zephyra and have done a service for the druids there. We have been to the true city of Westruun and have twice saved that city, and in no small part due to the ability and strength of your daughter. And please understand that I mean saved, as in everyone. Then from there, we proceeded to arrive in Amman, which we undertook varied and sundry things. And your daughter was single-handedly responsible for not seeing Amman collapse into the sea at great personal risk. She fought a duel of will, which I now can understand why she was able to do so. And I will look at Yvaine's mother, with an entity from beyond. And that thief of eyes met a will that it could not surpass in your daughter. Also, in the course of those endeavors, we came across the last druid associated with the circle that watched over the fetid horror that was Shadebarrow in the roaming plain that is between Zephyra and Westruun. She has dedicated herself to the knowledge and understanding of that place so that it might be healed and rectified. In the process of doing that, we and other associates came onto a warded demiplane that held a gateway to lands beyond. And by that, I do mean below the realm of the Prince of the Undead, to be quite specific. And in times past, in the times of the calamity, that breach was sealed. And it was sealed by the placing of a divine being as the cork to that particular bottle. And along with that cork was rested a object, an artifact, a relic, if you will, of ancient power, touched by the hand of Ioun herself. And in order to bring that place to closure, to make safe Shadebarrow and its surrounds, she made a great personal sacrifice in order to take and wield that artifact and knowledge. The artifact is the very circlet that she wears right now. And the price was trading one sight for another. A feat that none of the other companions could have undertaken with the grace and the strength that she did. As a result, that celestial being has been freed from aeons of bondage, and a new order of holy warriors have devoted themselves, in no small part due to the example of her sacrifice, toward that place and to keep its festering depths from the rest of the land surrounding it. That is the daughter that returns to you this day. A woman of immense power, foresight, and care, who looks after all of the people of Amon as if she were sister, daughter, friend, and mother. I present to you Yvaine Starborn, druid, member of the Tal'Dorei Council, and more importantly, my friend.
Magnus is shocked by the story. He hears everything, and well, I'll tell you what. I'll have a performance check from Ember. Because we gotta roll dice in this game. I gotta let this cat in. He was dying to see me. I'm still here. Get there, Ember.
I'll use an archive to give him a plus
Yeah,
4. A
15.
D plus D4.
Okay, roll plus D4.
Oh, and a D4?
Mhm.
Okay.
I can guidance for a second D4.
I don't think we can do
Oh,
multiple
and
guidances now.
actually,
Okay. Well, it was a
uh,
different thing.
actually,
Oh, is it
nope, just saves and attack rolls. So 3 and 18.
an 18? Yeah, Magnus follows with great satisfaction the ups and downs of your story with great intensity. Especially because he's so personally related to the subject matter. Um, all of your story beats of her struggles and then her rising above those. You are very pleased to see that Magnus hears and feels all of that. Um, uh, Mama Drow, whatever her name is, I know her name, but you don't, is inscrutable. Um, there are times where you catch certain points of the story where it's only in her eyes. There's not a lot of like emotional shift in her eyes, but just like she doesn't look at you for most of it. She kind of like looks into her drink for a lot of it. You'll say a thing here or there, and her eyes will like shoot at Yvaine or shoot up at you very reactively. And that's what you get out of her. She's like a shard of ice. It's like nothing. It's not that nothing has gotten to her emotionally. It's just that if it did, can't tell. But Magnus is there's a silence for a different reason from Magnus because he's just taken aback by all these things he never imagined or expected from his daughter who struggled so to find her place in Terrah.
2 winters ago, before I had been gone a year, an elven priest of the Moonweaver named Naelis, can't remember his last name, stopped by on his way to Livengorn. And she's talking to her mom, and he spoke to you at great length about your journeys. The things he was worried about came to pass. I was with him when we put it down. And this person starts with a V. She was the kind of the martial force. Velika, maybe.
A
Sense of
drow that we
regards.
met for
Yeah.
one session and
Yeah.
like a year ago. It's all good.
Yeah. Velika sends her regards. And like if they were to look at her, she's got the astromancy archive. She's got these scrolls all about her. She's wearing the Ankeg armor that like her mother could very well realize like she probably didn't buy that. You know, she
No, there's of anyone here. There's most certainly an appearance of great accomplishment, if not, and in your case, occult mysticism. about you, undoubtedly.
Hmm.
Um, hmm. I think she gets up and leaves. Magnus immediately pipes up. She just needs.
It's
She
the
just
best
needs a
case.
minute.
It's the best case scenario. No, I just need you to see me. Right? Just
Well, yeah, I mean, it's incredibly impressive. I'm very amazed, Yvaine. That's very impressive things. Like how dangerous they were. I mean, very impressive. Yvaine, you're always gonna be our little girl. You left here, um, well, we were very concerned about your journey that you were going to take. There was no stop. There was no turning your mind from taking the eastern past when it was recommended to go south along the roads. Um, and you weren't much. I know you wanted to be a ranger, but I think we can all acknowledge you haven't. We knew pretty straight away that wasn't your skill set. I know you wanted to be like your mom, but we were worried about you. And I mean, this is very different than the girl who left home. It's gonna take me and your mother a minute to things don't happen overnight like that, you know, honey?
I know it's okay. It's okay. It is just uh, I
Your mother's
yesterday
been
I
around a
literally.
lot longer than I think anyone in this room, and I've never asked how old your mother is. That's bad manners, but I get, the older you get, the more elves take a little longer to get used to things, and it's just gonna take her a little longer, you know? Don't try not to be too hard on her.
That was actually not the worst case scenario.
No,
I'm okay. I'm.
no, no, that was not.
uh, uh,
It was very possible you might have been missing another eye after that.
so Petite
No.
was really unhappy that I went to visit him.
When did you visit him?
Oh, after you told us to go inside, we snuck out back, and I turned into an eagle, and I turned my friend into an eagle, and there was a magic carpet involved, and one of my friends can fly anyway, and we just flew over there. I have never flown with the place that had such
Yvaine,
lovely updrafts.
the top of the mountain's forbidden. You know that. It's very dangerous up there, and people are forbidden from going there unless they're specifically picked by Patrice for a very good reason.
I just busted apart a demiplane created by the demon lord of undeath.
It
I know
doesn't,
a thing or
Yvaine,
two about danger,
it
Father.
doesn't matter, honey. You're not entitled to go wherever you want.
It's not about I would like. I am capable. I can be an addition to the things that are needful. If you would do something other than tell me to sit down and be quiet, like
Honey,
I'm not.
please don't make it out like I'm trying to silence you. We have important
No,
traditions in
no, yeah,
this.
yes,
It's for the protection of it. I mean, if
it
you go
is.
flying up to the
No,
mountain, maybe
it's
one of the
true.
other young kids will think they can just go up anyway.
No, it's actually it has no. It's.
I'm sure if Patrice heard all of these stories, he would be more than happy for the help. But you can't just run around wherever you want to and
No.
disregard rules and traditions here.
No, you're right. You're right.
He seems genuinely shocked when you say you're right. Genuinely, like the whole story It is you saying you're right. He almost falls off the back of his seat. He goes, I am? I mean, yeah, uh, yeah. Um, you, yeah, almost like looking back to Ember deferring, like, this is now substantial proof that everything you said might be true. He goes, you, looks back to you, Yvaine, goes, you have, changed.
I will wait until he summons me. I will allow him to scold me, because I have earned it. And we'll take it from there. He's not a stupid man. Just a stubborn one.
Right. Again, even more like glazed over, like who the fuck is this person? Um, Correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine the only reason Yvaine hadn't snuck up there in the first place because she either didn't have a board or she just physically couldn't make that climb. It was the only
They,
reason.
they were very careful to make sure that Yvaine never had access to a board. Not that she didn't try many times to steal one, but she's very clumsy.
We can imagine the absolute civil war that happened around this house when she became a teenager and wanted one of those boards just like all the other kids in the village, and wasn't allowed to because they knew she'd use it to sneak up to the top of the mountain. Um, and your father's like, I'm gonna well, the guest house is just been made next door. You're more than welcome to over there. I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. I've been a very exciting day. He kind of gets up a little stumbly at all the willingness Yvaine has shown to.
Would it be worth mentioning to him about the thing with the hammer? Or is that something best left for your mountain Patrice?
Hammer. Oh God.
Hammer.
You're speaking.
I
You're
like
speaking in
hammers.
circles. Oh shit. I need something more than hammer.
Oh dear God, it just left my freaking head.
Moonweaver's like,
the crazy tortured bitch with the
The witness below.
moves that destroys
What?
Earth.
What?
Sheila, Hammer, Sheila.
The hammer Sheila. Oh yeah. You know something?
What?
Oh fuck.
What's this done
Shit.
lady with a hammer?
Yeah. No. You know. Gods, I hope nothing. Again,
You're
I
not.
think
If you're about to tell me about you going that you're about some dates you've been on, I don't think I can handle that.
No.
On top of everything else I've got tonight.
most assuredly not.
No,
There was this
yeah.
one girl in the village who walked around with this big hammer, and Yvaine was all flustered about it, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh no. That is.
No. Yvaine had the fortune to being part of a rescue of the youngest daughter of Percival de Rollo, the count and ruler of Whitestone.
Oh, right.
And in the process of that rescue, we came across a devotee of a darker power, a betrayer power, with a relic that could, I'm assuming, do harm, and great harm, to the earth. It sunk an entire village into a hole. It ate another deep hole beneath a significant temple and Westruun, causing earthquakes and other associated madness.
And you defeated this terrible person?
No,
No?
no, she kept running from us. 2 years ago, roughly 2 years, maybe a little less than 2 years ago, but roughly 2 years ago, the Tempest would have come to see the mountain, and when she did, she would have told of the Jordan village being sunken into the earth. It was a very, very big deal.
Your father passed out. He's fallen.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, there's only so much you can.
Yeah.
So, and then you've
I'll
told him
lay
that
out the
Leatherface
carpet.
is still
We'll
around.
roll him onto the carpet.
Yeah.
Yvaine, where do I park him?
There's like, there's obviously all of the furniture is made to fit his size, so there's probably a couch there, but he's heavy as fuck.
Hero, this is going to be a really weird question, and Yvaine might not know the answer. How much does he weigh?
A lot. he probably weighs like, I'd say probably weighs 400 pounds. Maybe something like that. Maybe more.
Her
maybe
push drag lift is 570.
Hell yeah.
We'll
give me an athletics
roll him
check
onto
then.
the carpet. We'll float the
This
carpet.
teeny tiny
Yeah.
little water genasi.
I'll tell you what. Beverly gives you the help action. She's got a pretty decent lift too. Make me a very low DC athletics check to move this man around.
Oh yeah. And I get advantage. It's a 17 plus 8 for a 25.
Yeah, easy. Like there is effort, and it's less to do with the weight and more like trying to handle this much weight in a humanoid body. Especially considering like probably like a quarter to a third of all of his weight is on like this upper part of his body where his shoulders are. And you guys both like like leaning him against the back of it and like and just trying to like arrange the limbs to get him like onto the couch until finally you have like his one hand's on the floor, the one hand's across his head. He's got these tree trunk arms, and he's just you got him on the bed and he's snoring. But he passes out, and you put him on there. Bless his heart. His poor.
Hero holds her hand out to bed for a high five, because fuck.
High five.
Welcome home.
I can go to bed now.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's been an interesting
I
day.
think retiring to the guest house is probably the correct order of the day.
When he wakes up, maybe, just maybe, don't tell him what she looked like. I remember.
Maybe we just stop telling him things for a little bit. Maybe we
Yeah.
just let all of this stuff settle out, and maybe
Yeah.
I feel like when he's ready for more stuff, if he's ever ready, he'll let us know.
Yeah, I think he's gotten the picture, of how awesome Yvaine is. He's very strong, but he has such a nice heart. I like your dad a lot.
He's very
Mom scares me.
kind.
I love my dad.
When
Your
he wakes
mom
up,
reminds me
I'll
of you when
endeavor
we
to
met.
distract him. I need to ask him about making a small portable breakdownable stove anyway. That'll distract him.
Oh my god, he loves making things. He's like Glint loves making things, and is famously easy to get into a distraction and then really get into it. So, yeah, that could pull him into a whole, like tunneling hole for a while. You'd be surprised at how
That
something.
is a question.
Yes.
How long are we staying here?
Oh, I have no idea. I can't imagine more than a day or so. But I should give Batiste the opportunity to chew my ass And at least give it till nightfall so that my mother can properly speak her mind when she doesn't have to squint.
Well, and perhaps Patrice has got some information about what may have gone on in the intervening time that we've been otherwise occupied.
That is what I was hoping for. It wasn't like this. I'm going to be
And
honest with you, it was not like this when I left. Like, it's always been a little rumbly, but it wasn't, all the everything.
in fairness to your dad's reaction, as someone that, even though I don't remember the first time, has met all of you twice, the level of things that we handle on a normal basis to most people would be catastrophic. And I think we forget that sometimes. Because to us it's just a regular Tuesday.
Right.
No,
So
it's a regular Monday.
You know
it
what?
is
You're
a
right.
regular Monday.
It's a regular Monday.
Here's the thing. I've grown some. And I think old habits die hard.
Well, not only for you, but for them as well.
True.
Hmm?
True. I have absolutely no idea what to expect from my mother right now. I mean,
That's
it's
okay.
nice to know that in the morning I can always tree the fuck out of you, which I couldn't do before, because she could find you wherever you go. But now I can get a significant jump.
She is impressively intimidating.
She's she's exquisite. Look at her. She's stunning. She literally led her people from a horrible aberration into safety. One of the few.
Hmm?
Like she is a hero.
Guess it runs in the family.
Apple tree. The apple does not fall far.
Yeah, I don't know when I expected. I don't. And it's going to be fine. It is. It's just it's the weird little bit of uncertainty. Listen, I know what I've endured. I don't know why this is so bad. Seriously, think about what we just went through. Look at me.
It's difficult when it's your parents. Even if the relationship is really very good, they see you as they have always seen you and not as you are. And you see them as you've always seen them. And there is a desire to present them what they are accustomed to and not embrace the change that you are.
They need a
God
minute.
knows I have that same problem, but with perhaps less gravitas.
Your mum seems to go with the flow very, very well. Uh,
She only goes with the flow so well because she doesn't know the half of it.
that's
Uh,
oh, that's true.
you have
That's
two
true.
decisions.
No, normally
Have
I
this
would
kind
not.
of encounter with your parents and tell them everything that's ever happened to you and them have a huge existential crisis over it, or leave them a little in the dark. Ember has chosen, I think, the latter.
Or the secret third option where your parents are crazier than anything you could go through, so it doesn't
Oh,
matter what you tell them, they've been through
yeah.
worse.
Or your
And you
parents
just
are the
forget them.
exception. Your parents are awesome and have been through way more than maybe you might ever be through. And they're like, yeah, sick, dude. What, you got pregnant? Who cares?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like
but
in theory, like mum is, you know,
none of us are Derolo kids.
ah,
Oh, fuck. And then there's resentment for being in their shadow. Stop being so cool. I can't. All right. Well, I will say this then. All of you head to bed by the sounds of things. Not terribly unlike her daughter. Some of you with the higher passives might notice the silhouette of a dark white-haired woman sitting on the roof, the very, very mighty roof of this home, looking off at the stars in the night, and doesn't, you only catch the back of her. She isn't looking down at all of you. She surely knows you're walking by, but there's no acknowledgement or anything like that. She's just on her own. And that's where we'll end the session.